Hello, minions. So sorry for the wait. I had to prepare some things a little differently this time. And also because, I had a little interruption right before I began. But I'm here now. And I appreciate your patience. So, starting a little earlier today, so that I might be able to finish this trial for sure, and maybe play some Doom Eternal after. So, please, stick around. Depending on when I finish this trial. Because it is the last trial in an Ace Attorney game, so it is certain to be a bit long. We'll see how it goes. I'm very excited. Ba-ba. So last time, Suzato-san talked about how she had to leave for Japan the morning of the trial to visit her ill father, so she won't be with us today. I'm very curious about if Iris will replace her. She had a mysterious meeting with Mr. Herlock Sholmes before she left, in the very wee hours of the morning, so I'm curious about what that could mean, too. Maybe Sholmes will be joining us in the trial. We'll find out. Let's see. When I awoke the following morning, Suzato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. Also, I have some other good news, minions. I have acquired for my chambers an air conditioning device. One of those mini air conditioners. Which is very nice. I'm no longer melting like the Wicked Witch of the West, despite it being 95 degrees outside. Isn't that great? So I am perfectly comfortable here in my chambers, all comfy and cozy. The 17th of April, 9:32 a.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. Bop, 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 bop. Oi. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend, then? Sorry? You know, wearing the fancy dress. Suzato, or however you say it, I don't know. Ah, Miss Suzato had to leave earlier this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forgot about me, if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Suzato and I won't meet again, one day. Well, all you gotta do is go back to Japan. Japan's pretty small. Even so... But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Oh, it's Iris. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? I like Wagahai. I don't know if you're allowed to bring animals into the courtroom, though. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. So that's the kind of guy Ryunosuke is. No, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Oh no, a carriage traffic jam. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? You get the feeling Ryunosuke was expecting something much worse. So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's, really. A monkey's what? A monkey's what? If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines, too. Pawnbroker perishes and pick purse plundered. See? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Yada yada does it. Don't worry, Runa will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged Divers, Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yes. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? Was I trying to sound like Suey? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. I'm sure this paper will be important somehow. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Excuse me, I'm gonna scoot over, blocking the screen kind of. There we go. That should be fine. There we go. I'm getting cozy here in my corner over here. There we go. Alright. I'm cozy now. Hmm? Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. Oh, I don't know if we need the bazooka. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jenny? Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Really? Intriguing, because we saw him talking to Iris, or not Iris, Susato last night. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. I'm surprised Sholmes hasn't made a court appearance at all yet. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please, make your way into the courtroom. It's time, then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. I miss my boyfriend. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that his great friend, they're just great friends, besties. Just me and the bestie. The old Bailey. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I read heterosexual life partners in the chat, and I was like, section? Oh. I got my words combined there by accident. Or you could call it a Freudian slip if you want. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh look, it's Van Zeeks. It sure is funny how he only shows up in the trials I'm defending. Like, literally, he hasn't taken any other cases. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. He looks ready. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilden, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Thank you for the recap, Iris. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilden. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. That's a... I didn't know that's where that sentence was going. I guess I shouldn't have expected better from him. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Von Zeke's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? What's your problem, buddy? What's your fucking problem? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. What, you know, they say to select them at random, but what are the chances we get someone we've already met in this case again? What? Wait. Okay, it's not someone we met in this case, but it's just dudes we've seen before? Wait, that's the Russian guy from the newspaper way back in case 2. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. It's the maid again. God, I hate this guy already. I hate this guy already. Stop looking at me like that, you freak. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there, and it's not possible. What could I have? What? Did you get your doctorate, sir? In the time since the last trial? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Oh, she's upgraded to telegrams from typewriters, I guess. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? Yeah, it's just a coincidence. 2 times in a row. But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Yeah, I don't know about this jury selection process. It doesn't seem very rigorous. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. That's what we call leading the jury, sir. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Autopsy report? Hope that... You know, I've always been waiting for it to get updated right under my nose. Who knows? I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windebank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullets. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that lives in the slum in the East End. Oh, well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Oh, I'm thirsty already. You're making me very thirsty, Mr. Ryunosuke. My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into witness. Yeah, sorry, into evidence. How were there witnesses to a murder that happened in a locked room? We'll have to find out, I suppose. Hand them up to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. God. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno. I think that's because it has. Oh, he's throwing off the cape already. This man is ready to throw down. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to this foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th of April of this year. What? Who are these guys? Excuse me? Fucking Wario and Waluigi over here? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name, Sash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. Well, what they call... What? The three Skulkin brothers. What? Who are these nerds? His face. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lots. Cool, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our old Dubrov. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nashi is, the very spit of him. So we decided there and then what we's gotta do. We was gonna call you. They're hungry, I guess. Big Brub Skulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Huh. Thieves, are they, these three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Oh, he's standing on a box. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Oh, the posing. It's so good. Happy to, because the Skulkins never skulkin. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, they're Team Rocket, sort of. Stop looking at him like that. Get out of it! Alright, let's hear their testimony. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaff door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, and it was. But once we got inside, cold blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. These guys' animations are perfect. A terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Yeah, for one, like, Ryunosuke was there, he heard the shot, and he's, like, seeing these guys run off. Hold it! The front door of Windobanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. Poor guy. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, had already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. Objection. That is pure conjecture. Ha, perhaps. But it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign. Hold it! What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, good moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. It must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looked just like our bruv. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. I don't know why these guys think Gregson is their brother. Hold it! A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used to belong to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winnebank always used to leave this gun lying around the counter. That's probably not a very good habit. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winnebank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. So, we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Ah, I'm sorry. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. So many interruptions today. I don't like it. I'm gonna punish the people responsible, but I'm here. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. We went to see what was what. Okay.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Your turn to Rabbit Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. Very good job leading the witnesses there, Van Zieks. Very helpful. These gentlemen are of the later inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So, I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well, look. Ministry Mold, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Aha. I don't think I have anything that sticks out right away as something they took from there. I'll have to press them more. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out me Lucy lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe... come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? I mean, yeah, Sholmes got shot somehow. Ah! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired the gun before they left Windibanks that night. Well, we've got Sholmes' blood, right? The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Divers Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Ooh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Yeah, it's got to be this, right? Because it also shows the bullet hole.
Take that!
Oh, maybe not. The evidence is in... Oh, I was right. I was right. Never mind. I have to be more confident in myself, because I'm always right. The evidence is in this portfolio. What? What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? It's this one for sure.
Take that!
What is that? Explain! It's a photographic print taken at Windibanks Pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah. I love how the small one has to stand on a box. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? What's he gonna do with it this time? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? There it goes. Yay! Do the thing! But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the streets. Eh? Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. What a deal. We had a deal. You weren't gonna into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponiese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Ah! In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. So that's it. What, the secret handshake? That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Ash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Hello, innocent bystander. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Ah, we're in for it now, bruv. Now then. Let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the wimpon brokers in question somewhat regularly. Where is he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appeared to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Oh right, the 30-minute pictures. Eccentric? Says who? I bet that's what Van Zeeks is gonna bring up next, the pictures. Not me. Don't give me that look. Yeah, there they are. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m., 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m. As the court will observe, copious identical prints were produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of fire tuck, eh, bruv? Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just go on one. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Uh-oh. Good lord. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. Well, this looks really bad. This looks pretty bad. They got her on tape in whatever resolution was available in 20th century England. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Cotter in 230p, that's right. I don't believe it. Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Winterbank. Ah! I say, my lord. Who's saying stuff? Oh, it's him. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see? The battle of daily life, if you'd like. Yeah, it's Moonman. He's in the jury today. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll go down together, you mark my words. One for all, and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garrett Squadron position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men, on the double. His lordship insists on a promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. Van Zeeks is definitely going to get owned super hard. He's got an owning coming to him. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there, I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Hey, is anybody wondering why this Russian guy's in our courtroom? Oh, fuck. I guess not. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Abso-bally-lutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. How are we going to pit these guys against each other? The problem is there's a very incriminating photograph, and I feel like they're all going to focus on that. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketian. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. God, will this guy shut up about stereoscopes? If I have left it in there, I should think there will be repercussions by now. Line made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Why does this guy have a rat? The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention the print. Taken from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. She does literally have her finger on it. That's pretty painful. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot, Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Alright. I'm gonna make them all fight each other. To the death! Ha ha ho 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 ho. Okay. What the hell is this guy talking about? What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, a standard thing, routed through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my... Oh, fuck. Scalpel anywhere. You can't just leave that in, people, dude. They'd definitely notice if you left a scalpel in them, I think. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? It's worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course not. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up. God, I really hope he wasn't operating on Sholmes. I dare say, I've deduced I'm in terrible pain. Ah! I need to focus on trying to remember exactly where I've sewn up elsewhere. No, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Villain Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Nah, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I looks like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrats. And which club fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. That is all what I want to say. Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well first of all, that's one's not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Runo? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Huh. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and put them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Well, I'm gonna present the gun to Mr. Lennon over here. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Gerda, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for all the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Huh, can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garrideb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet, but not bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. As can't be denied, you did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Of course, there can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial unless to juror number 2. Oh god, he does have a maid fetish. He's like blushing and looking at it. I didn't realize it until now.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see, again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. I hate the poor, even though I'm a working-class person. Haha, capitalism has pitted me against my own people. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? Well, he's been known to put on dresses. It's really quite unforgivable. Got her scum have the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. I'm gonna pit her against this guy who likes those guys.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory. C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, A-B-D. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? Oh, he's doing like a Gendo. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. No, the mouse. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now! It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry. With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of old times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. He doesn't respond to Iris's nickname. Following this, the victim and the accused move into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. Let's see if anything's missing. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Alright, good job. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lennon. Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the Summation Examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Marx passed away in London in the early 1880s. Yeah, I don't think he's meant to be like a pastiche of Marx. I think the book he pulls out a lot. Well, no, that's a dictionary. Never mind. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. A lake of lies. Oh, right, alright.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. Stop crossing your eyes, please. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope here is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Juror number 3 absolutely loves the Oculus. Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers took more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Yeah, she was a juror from another case, you're right. I think I pointed that out earlier, but maybe you weren't here. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. Hee. But cables will soon become a thing of the past, stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future, stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of globe, stop. Excitement growing, stop. Atmospheric electric, stop. Right, try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy, stop. Driving technological revolution, stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it, I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh, this guy's upset. She made fun of his stereoscope. Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again, go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely, I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. Shoot Takumi be like, the 3DS sucks, it's like 240p. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, It could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
I was wrong. Can't actually think of anything we could use at all. Oh. What? Wait, why not the prints that we already have? Oh dear, I think I may need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometime. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, okay.
Objection!
Ah. Oh, maybe, yeah, it must be the other ones.
Hold it!
Okay, I'll try the other photograph. The ones from the red-handed machine. This lady's fucking crazy about radio.
Excuse me.
I'll try again. It's kind of annoying that I have to go through all that text again, though. She is Radio Gaga. Radio Gaga. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here we go, these ones.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any two suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Here's one.
Take that!
Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Winterbanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. You don't have to cross your eyes this time, minions. I'm not doing it, that's for sure. Yes, exactly. It's the small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same, then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally, anyway. Oh! Of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl has discovered the secrets. I have. She's cross-eyed again. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? She fixed it. Okay, she fixed it. Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. Can you see that there's really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make one of the two pictures overlap exactly. Hopefully it'll do the animation for us. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. No, it didn't let me do it. Oh, fuck. I'm just gonna guess. Maybe it'll just tell us. What's going on with these two pictures? There we go, okay. Some of the things in the counter sort of jump out at you. Everyone's fucking cross-eyed, Jesus. Yes, 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 that's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic gay? What the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the position of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Huh. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookas! That's not a word. I've never heard that one before. Is that like jinkies? Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems, but I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Yeah, I can accuse the judge if I want, or the Chief Justice. This guy, I guess.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is that what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpurse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winnebank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam, no better, in fact worse, than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Maybe they're related to McGilded too. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shirty pair. Expect him to do that. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Well, wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return via Regent Street. Stop. We did it. Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the martyr's scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to a conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. It's just weird that it happened twice. Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Get it? Get their asses. Alright, end of part 1 of this trial. On to part 2. We're doing the whole trial tonight. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Welcome back, Thing 1 and Thing 2. I presume you heard the defendant's counsel's summation examination? Oh, yeah, Governor. Oh, dude, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Cool, blimey! This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. God blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? Oops. Tricked ya. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. He's got the same cheat jiggle face except as Moonman's wife. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we here. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Illegal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? It made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shoot'd come out of the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scalped straight into him in the back. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterbank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah? Van Zeeks has had enough of these dudes. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs and all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't it make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be a coincidence that these men showed up at Winterbank's last night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. More than meets the eye. Alright. I'm gonna give them the press.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, the people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We don't land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. That's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Alright, that's right. More like we tidied the place up. Van Zeeks has had enough of these two, I think. Sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Oh, wait, I gotta go back.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocks you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocks one of us that much, yeah. This big and nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright, blimey. Me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big, bruv here, screamed like a bloody bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette what knocked over a picture frame what knocked them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly, then. Perjury usually negates any agreements not charge witnesses might have made with the prosecution. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say Van Zeeks is kind of a dick, and is probably gonna charge him with stuff anyways, regardless, so you know. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then, Sean, I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam! What have you got to say, Gregson? You look very hungry right now. He keeps making me want some fish and chips. Maybe I'll get some for dinner. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony? You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Oh, they can't keep their stories straight, these two idiots. Did it? You claimed you had the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Cub, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice yell before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! I like their pose. That's a very good reenactment, boys. Coroner thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winderbank. On me granny's life, of course it was. They sure, did they coordinate these beforehand? On his granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winderbank and the sound of his voice? Sure that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. I love how the judge... I like this judge a little more than the original Ace Attorney judge, because he's willing to say, you got him, defense, you got him there. The judge in original Ace Attorney never felt like he was on my side ever. No, we didn't know the geezer. Oh, am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy club was giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you'll ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, on me granny's life it is. And on his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize, then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshots, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Yeah, make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyways, the way I show it. Yeah, he does appear to be doing a lot of intimidation right now.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Winderbank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was your side A. The two of them waving the guns at each other must have gotten pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, man. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winderbank... Oops, sorry, I was still doing the shh with my S's. Mr. Winderbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That's someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Really wish you'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Bam! According to that thing... Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Oops. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slap this store to tighten the police up.
Hold it!
So they've had to amend their testimony like twice now. So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did, and put the wind right up to me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? Not the way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like, through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still counting our teeth in this game, see, but one day... we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm, it would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have even if we'd wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped it on the derbies on us like winking. There's so much slang in one sentence, it's hard to keep up. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, done it, eh?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Hey, what? Well, 'cause it's true, innit? That place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these 2 witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windabink. Correct. You got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windabink? Is that really true, I wonder? Well, they said before they knew his voice, right? They were familiar with it. That's it? The full extent of their testimony? What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I've no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expression, the movements of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes, I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Was holding. So how did they know he was holding a gun, right? This is a tricky one. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded. I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Is there more here to discover? No, it looks normal. Oh, okay. That's not something different. No, I examined the cylinder. I can't open it. I was actually wondering the same thing, which is why I specifically pointed at the cylinder when I examined the gun the first time. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windibank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. That's very serious. I don't think this is relevant right now. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Let me...
Hold it!
Wait, how did they know that, like, what they looked like and that they were holding guns? Like, they said they heard him, I guess. Like, it sounds like they saw him holding the gun. The words they chose, right? Iris pointed out, you know, like, specific word choices can be important. Like, everybody's treating it like they meant they just heard him say, you don't want to get shot, right? Implying he was holding a gun, but they're talking like they saw him. And yeah, he doesn't have a gun in his hands in the picture. I noticed a difference. I was like, let's please spot the difference, because I was thinking, right, they're talking like they saw him, right? Which means they probably peeked through the little window in the door, and just sure enough, I checked the 1 a.m. and then checked the 1:30 a.m. You can see the outline of the window like it's been moved. So I'm gonna present it here. They did have a chance. They could have shot him. Oh, shoot. I pressed the wrong button. They could have shot him while they were looking through that little window. Right? They say never to let eyes on him, but they describe him holding the gun and everything. It's gotta be the 1:30 a.m. picture. Just a bit of deduction on my part, eh? Post-shooting photograph.
Objection.
No? Wait, am I... Ah. Am I thinking, like, too many steps ahead or something? Maybe there's something else I can look at. I can present. Maybe I have to examine it more thoroughly? No. You have to pop your two prints here to start with, you see. And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing to get right is the position of the two prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Can I use it? There we go. Ooh, look at that. It's totally changed shape just from one little button press. Well, that is what the button's for, Runo. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys? Says the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? Can I put the pictures in there? I guess not. I'm pretty sure it has to do with them looking through the little window on the door. But I'm not sure if I'm presenting the right evidence, or... I'm not sure. Let me think this through. So, right, I feel like I'm pretty secure in my guess that that's what happened, right? Even if they didn't shoot him, they would have had the chance to look through the little window on the door, right? That's why to describe seeing the thing happen. So... there must be some evidence that, like, directly points to them. Let me see. Another gilded case. And he was shot in the back. Maybe we have to present his gun first, right? If he was holding the gun, where did Gina get it?
Hold it!
Ah, dang it. Right, no other gun was found at the scene.
Objection!
No. Ah. I don't know. This is tricky. Huh. Let me think here. I'm thinking. I'm putting on my thinking hat, minions. Like, what statement should I focus on here? It has to be one of the ones that added. Maybe I have to present the picture because this implies that they were facing each other, but the picture shows that he was shot in the back.
Objection!
There we go. There we go. I'm figuring it out. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. Hey, you what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. That's right, so Windibank couldn't have had a gun. Yeah, that Moltola used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam! Corner thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? The crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony. It would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? So they're acting like Windibank was shot in the chest, but the autopsy report said he was shot in the back.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. I figure they could have shot him in the back through the little window in the door, but that doesn't explain why only one of their bullets was spent, because they definitely used one on Sholmes. But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Oh, even Van Zeek's surprised by this. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, no, Order, order, order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, we're supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we... Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. Well, but you'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. God, we've had these guys have to testify for 3 times. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yes, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, I like these idiots. They're amusing me. They're like my little clowns, dancing for my amusement. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Why were they heaving a sigh of relief? Are they running from something? When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank? Wait, sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery's storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Kenny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What? That Maltula? Couldn't tell you. No way, Kaba. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
Hold it!
Windibank was fucking pissed. You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Hi, Rhythmaxi, I am enjoying myself. Was the victim, Mr. Windibank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy, a great ugly barrel you had pointed right at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is, spot on. Then all of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like no shit, we thought we'd had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. Yeah, Zeke's more pissed off at these guys than he is racist, so he's more on my side right now. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Yeah, well, Big Bruv here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, now she did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate, which was presumably pressed by the victim. Yeah, Windibank was going fucking John Wick on these dudes. He, like, tossed them around. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. You know, I figured their masks were actual masks, but you're right, it could just be the shadows of their hats. Or, like, makeup, maybe? Or just black eyes, because Mr. Windibank beat the shit out of them. I pulled me gun on him.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran out through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Shinny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Yes, that's right. Sheena allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me bruv here. That's right, Nash, that's right, me and me bruv here.
Hold it!
Yeah, it's definitely their last statement that's really suspicious. You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was, from the inside. We knew it was, because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one, good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So, in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom, the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windenbeck? There could have been. He was shot in the back. So if they was facing away from them. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. And what? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face-to-face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windenbeck? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect to two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the question posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Here's my theory. Here's what I'm thinking. The brothers, or maybe some as-of-yet unrevealed third party, shot him through the little window in the door, because the window is big enough for Ryunosuke to, like, look through. You could see his whole face through it in the opening of this case. So it's definitely big enough to stick a whole, like, gun and hand through. And Windenbeck was shot in the back. He was maybe in here facing Gina, who was over here. That's my theory.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Right here. They shot him through the little window. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windenbeck died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Winnebank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. Or Ringo could have done it. Ringo's pretty short. No, it was Nash who said he pulled the gun on him. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winnebank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Well, the only other person in there was Gina.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Well, I mean, there were people shooting right outside the door. Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yeah, self-defense. That makes sense to me. Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know what I have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winnebank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winnebank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winnebank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winnebank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life. Yeah, makes sense to me. But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Yeah, you shot Sholmes, dude. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winnebank's murder. Well, where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Runo. Yeah, here's what I think, right? Windabank and Gina had a conversation in the storeroom after Gina threatened him. Things calmed down, right? Gina just wanted to see the Hound manuscript. She didn't have any intention of stealing it or taking anything from him, so he agreed to it. He shows it to her in the storeroom. It's still there. He hears the brothers break in, goes out to investigate, starts fighting them. He's got his gun back at this point, right? They mentioned that. Gina gave it back to him so that he could defend his shop. He pulls the gun on them, then runs, you know, he gets the gun pulled on him, he runs back to the storeroom, he gets shot, and then they take his gun and use that to shoot Sholmes. And then, with the door locked inside, they could have just dropped it in, well, I don't know, Gina had the gun in her hand, so I guess it's a little tricky, but I feel like I'm on the right track here. That was amazing, Bruno! All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. People are accused of murder in my courtroom, and you're laughing? I've myself found the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. Sure is a lot of words he just used. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets? Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Ryunosuke, you can't be this clueless, man. He's talking about how there was only one bullet in each gun. Or one bullet spent from the brother's gun. Counsel! Yes, sir! Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two bullets. Correct. The first, which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windabank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Windabank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. I'm still going with my thing that they shot Windibank and then just took his gun and shot Sholmes with that. Order! 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 I don't need this anymore. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to... But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. This is when he's going to bring up the McGilded case. Maybe later. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intents. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is, mine! I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop and push, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. Yeah, we might be able to test the blood on the disc if he enters it as evidence. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Oh, wait, who is holding it? Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Van Zeeks doesn't care what the government says. Yeah, Benedict is definitely involved in this. He'll probably come up to the stand at some point in this trial once we get into the McGilded stuff. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. So this is where the McGilded starts to enter into play. I'm not sure how it all connects yet, but I guess we'll find out. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, and for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord! Wonder if I might say something at this point. Oh god, they're gonna do it, and then we're gonna have to do another examination. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... Yeah, answer's bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Fug.
Guilty.
Guilty.
God, the fucking thing with his head. Why? We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Hey, you're stealing that one from Sholmes, buddy. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Ah, how dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windabank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garradeb's squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright, let's do it again. It's the second time in like an hour. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. There's only 2 bullets were found at the scene, and I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was the pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Okay. Very, very helpful, thank you. It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt. Have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Ugh, the whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage when I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Haha, wordplay. You can do it too. Don't call me fruity. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Bop. It's my favorite Ryunosuke animation. Yes, my lord. Alright, let's kick it into high gear here. I like how you can see Ringo there in the very far right corner hidden by the bars of the bench.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Ah, well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Huh, well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. If only we could find a way to play that disc. I bet it's got something important on it. Like, maybe a silly way to record voice early on. I doubt, maybe it's not something like that, but you know. We still don't know what the tune it plays, though, do we? but I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Alright, we'll take a look. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Haha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Okay, what color will it turn? Green? That means the blood belongs to Sholmes. That's confusing. How did Sholmes get his blood on it? Ooh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Did Sholmes, like... Yeah, when Benedict... we thought Benedict got cut by the disc, but how did Sholmes' blood end up on it? Unless they're the same blood type. For McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. What if this disc was what was in the small box that was deposited at Windibanks? Right? We know the disc... I was confused. I thought the disc was quite large, but apparently it's small enough to fit in the coat's pocket. So maybe it was what was in the box. I mean, we just assumed that this blood is from Sholmes. We don't know that 100% for sure, do we? What if it's from someone else? What if it is from Egbert? I guess we'll have to find out.
Hold it!
Yeah, the only thing we really know is that Sholmes was shot. We don't know if that blood is really his. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. No. It was definitely Sholmes that was there, because Ryunosuke was there too, and he helped Sholmes. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometime after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose... if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene, could that be possible? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, did the bullet ever... like, do we know for sure that Sholmes... like, the bullet went all the way through him? Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Okay, let me think this through. I can't show them people, so I guess Sholmes isn't the answer. The third bullet is not in him. What about... Seth from a post... From a post... Did the bullet leave... Okay, no, they said... No, that wouldn't be it, because they never said the bullet left him. Let me think about this. I'm gonna think here. This is a... I'm gonna take a guess here.
Take that!
Oh, never mind. Ah. I don't think we have it. I think it's just a no. We don't have it. Yeah, we don't have it right now.
Hold it!
So if I've understood correctly, you need two pictures, a left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly! Then you can see the scene in like 3 dimensions, like this. So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them? I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dark. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon.
Hold it!
This guy's still talking about the operation. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach.
God, he was the guy who operated on Schultz.
It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the filler's name now? Herlich? No. Herlock? No.
Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw it in my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
Well, we know where the bullet is then. It's in the calendar. I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes.
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
Our counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print.
The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging on by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Ah, who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Oh! No exit wound. That's what he's gonna say.
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury, no sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one?
Well, this guy knows about guns. Let's press him for more after her.
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say, stop. Do you excuse me? Stop. I am a communications officer. Stop. A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop. Yes. She was getting equally worked about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspapers' office. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we?
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist?
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew?
I have much experience with guns.
Ah,
I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, blood of,
extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
those. Extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue.
Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue.
Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve.
He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure.
But, if possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, he should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Well, there we go. Let's see if he can answer the mystery about Sholmes' lack of exit wound. Van Zeeks has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. We're going to fight back. We need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Ryunosuke reaching for new material like some sort of funny comedian. So let's do these two. They're my best thing right now.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. That's funny.
Ooh, a ballistics expert.
Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? He's thinking, chat. He's doing his Gendo pose. That means he's thinking very hard.
I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly.
Golly, he says.
The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds.
This guy's some sort of James Bond type. Mental note, don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind and I fell down in the snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very similar close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from hump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullets.
Well, what could have hit Sholmes then? There's no ice in there, that's for sure.
What? But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
I'm thinking maybe part of the calendar? You know, some of the debris? Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley yeah, are we... is it really the caramel? Is the caramel that sharp? Where oh, you know what? Well, no, the blood was on the disc before Sholmes was shot, when it was taken by Lestrade. Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always layers a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What, like Batman? What, really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, while I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Ah, thank goodness! I thought I was forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping, along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it?
Look at that! One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shot.
a delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ah,
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easily tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much.
glad I could help. Yeah, that didn't reveal a third bullet, but it is an interesting fact that'll probably be important.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved,
The court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Solmes's pouch has been entered into the court record. Let's take a look at that.
Now, the summation examination, it would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow, I'm sure of it.
Let me take a look at this.
Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow and left this hole behind. Yes, it looks like that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Yeah, there's a bullet hole. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. No, the bullet's still in there! There's our third bullet! I thought it was a little unlikely that a leather pouch could deflect it. Well, what the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin brothers' bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery! What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about, the third bullet! It's time to press that juror again, I think. There we go, there it is, it reveals itself.
Hold it!
Now we have the evidence for that, we can do it. At least I know I was on the right track with my first guess.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah! 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Well, he was still injured, innocent bystander. He had, like, an injury on him. The doctor said as much. They had to sew that up. Ah! But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah! Ah! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. A little bit. Order! Order! Order!
While this summation examination remains incomplete, this court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which this case has been against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
By Jupiter!
What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Well, that's interesting. We didn't even have to convince them all this time. We're just back to a normal court trial now.
Witnesses. Governor, were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We watch, Governor, we watch. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it.
Is it one of yours?
God blimey, Gov, God blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. Just the two of us, that's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's an head scratcher.
Well, they were talking about someone else who was, like, intimidating them before. Right? The brothers are like, he's gonna have us if we tell the truth. It must be that third guy. I'm gonna bet it's Egbert.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice, for sure. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence at all points to the fact there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun. Yeah, Ian Abstract makes a good point in the chat room that, bullets and guns weren't so standardized at the time, so you could probably really easily match which bullet went to which gun. An accomplice, you say? Pigswill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there's been not a murmur of a third man. This apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Well, it's the disc, right? Because it has the same bloodstain color as one found at the shop. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And so, secondly, the identity of the spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel,
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. I've got it all figured out. Yeah, it's definitely Zappelli, right? The guy with the Zappelli hat. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promised to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
in that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay.
Yes, my lord.
The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay.
On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder at the scene, present at the scene?
Yeah, I'm gonna use this.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim that one of these blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? It's this one. This one for sure. This is the blood sample that proves it. Oh, fuck. It had to be the calendar then. Oh no, that was my last life point. I got owned. Oh no, ah! It had to be the other one, okay. It recently autosaved. There's an autosave too. Oh, I guess we at least get to see what it looks like when you get someone guilty. Oh no.
Guilty.
Guilty.
We got owned.
Guilty.
I didn't get owned. I was on the right track. I just
Guilty.
I had to switch my thinking around a bit. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Alright. Alright, I shouldn't be too far. Yeah, retry from this scene. There we go.
Take that!
It's pretty lenient. There we go, this one.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain?
Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flesh whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in a courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Ah, striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. No, hold fire there. And could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friends. Who is this alleged third intruder? I already know. It's the Pelly Eggert.
Take that!
I've got it all figured out, minions, because my brain is disgustingly huge. My brain is big and beautiful, though. Disgustingly is just used for exaggeration. The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker.
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too.
Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in me life.
On me life, Gov, on me life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. It's the disc, it's the disc, it's the disc. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet.
Take that!
Right, the disc has his blood on it, and it matches the blood at the scene. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibank's.
Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then prompted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Yeah, I noticed that the Ace Attorney series kind of stopped doing double penalties. Like the life bar instead of the singular pips.
But of course, sir, here's a disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green.
It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibank's earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Yeah, drag him into court. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... the leggy. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. He does have a point. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the Summation Examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in a Summation Examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right.
Young lady, you have quite a devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Ladies and gentlemen, we've owned him a little bit more. Van Zieks is slowly getting more and more owned as the trial progresses. You love to see it. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd privy of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous Summation Examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh, I convinced
Not
them.
guilty.
Get owned, Van Zieks.
Guilty.
Oh, that guy's...
Guilty.
Okay, well...
Not guilty.
Not all of them are convinced, but enough to matter.
Two call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the Summation Examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the Summation Examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
Ah! Ah! Doing that one was painful in my throat a bit. I have to not go so hard.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that would be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night.
Could I say something?
Who is that, please?
Who spoke?
It was me, my lord. Juror number 5?
What have you to say, madam?
If possible. Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Does she know him somehow? Oh, right, yes, this one you mean, a Mr. Benedict? Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What?
Now, good gracious!
Yeah, maybe he went to her for telegrams or something.
Order, order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth?
I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. Oh. What a twist. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
If the gentleman is at London's communications station, we should be able to subpoena him within 1 hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids. He's seething. He's seething so hard.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson.
Yes, my lord.
I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
The plot thickens. To be continued. Interesting. Lots of stuff going on. We finally managed to connect Egbert, or whatever his name is, to the case, which is good. And I'm very interested in seeing where this goes. I'm obviously most interested in seeing how McGilded connects now to the case, because obviously that's going to come into play, right? We have like Suzato's notes on the case in the court record even. So I'm very interested in seeing on how the whole McGilded thing connects to this. What is McGilded's disc? What was he planning? Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? She's stressed out. What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. The picture. What picture? You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think you would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Eh.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we had the dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down in the street to the 2-to-1, to Windibank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not.
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to us about sticking it in lug with Windibanks for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windibanks?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when...
What do you think you're doing? Ah!
I nearly died, I did, and next thing I knew...
Yeah, the picture.
I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
Ah, you're the girl who's in here this afternoon. I didn't think the pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you, a story?
I beg your pardon?
The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not.
Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
Yeah, it's just like I thought. They agreed to see it, because Ginny didn't want to steal it, and he just showed it to her, and look, there it is. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, all right, the mantle script. Sholmes wasn't lying out after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Ginny?
Anyway, when there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop, the Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, is there some burglars' convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
Aw, he just wanted to keep her safe. And with that, he took the gun out of me and he walked back out in the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself, then... 2 shots! She heard 2 shots. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at me feet. Lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as like. Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figure I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew... Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Oh, she fainted. That must be when you passed out, Gina. She fainted with the gun in her hands, and that's how they found her. If I hadn't done what I done, the old code might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. All Bobbies are bastards. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rita is about to put the real culprit through the mill. That code what was there in the afternoon? That Agate Benedict. Yeah, Yoshikage Kira. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved in somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naoto. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened to you before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilden, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. I wanted to kiss him a lot, and I was dead. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. Just two lawyer bros calling each other eyeball. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. This is so gay right now, I love it. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. That is just 100% heterosexual relationship between Ryunosuke and Kazuma. That's just bro shit. That's just guys being dudes. Just believing in each other to the end, calling each other their partner. That's just guy shit. You wouldn't get it. Even though I'm a diver and no good liar? You're not like McGilden. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yeah, they were sleeping in the same room.
Ryunosuke literally in that man's closet? That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Aw. She's... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. It's true. Ginny isn't rich, so she's inherently more trustworthy. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Aibo. They're Aibos. 17th April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Huh. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. So all the guys are here. All the dudes, the dude squad. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Hee-hoo! This man is grooving all the time. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? You know, Abstract, do not be horny for murderers. Not right now. Listen, there's a time and a place, okay? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties were present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I'm dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. And it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchant. So... Oh look, you can see his hair now. Ah! I thought he was gonna grow blades like Speedwagon. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Just throw it back to him. Or I guess you can just put it on the desk or something. Yeah, Ian Abstract, they actually did show the red-handed recorder picture of him in the shop the day before. We already have that, so that's good. Naturally, okay. Let's press him on every point. We're gonna give him the press once more. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believed. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he, in an effort to not give anything away? This could be tricky. I think if we give him the press enough times, the burglar bros over there might react to something.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know what I have to think for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say...
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Oh, he's gonna say the burden of proof is on me or something. Listen carefully, my Lilliputian friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Ah, see? Not so in many words, but the burden of proof and all that. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. This dude's... he's schmoovin' all the time.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that.
Mr. Sholmes's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? They could just, they keep looking away. It's not suspicious at all. It could be equally the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes's chemical is able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Tisk, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What's this guy's problem?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Cool, blimey, governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your minds? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet. Fucking owned. What an idiot. Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know. I was worrying for him and... Oh, ills bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. Yeah, there's Smug Ryunosuke. I love Smug Ryunosuke, on account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone of them, the victim, was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. Your left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. Can he just say no to that? You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Bailiff, take off that man's shirt. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony. Even the judge is like, oh, I know where this is going. He's going to present that funny little picture. Oh. Never had anything to do with it. That is so not true.
Objection.
There we go. Oh, this man's about to have his wig snatched right off. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must!
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. He's just gonna say no again, probably. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? See, he's hiding his hand behind his back, too.
Order! Order!
Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here.
I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? Oh, jeez. Is he gonna try the same lie again, even though we disproved it like 2 days ago? Like, we're gonna have to disprove it again? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. I bet he was looking for the box that's on the ticket, right? The other ticket, one was for McGilded's coat, one was for something else he dropped off that was a small box. I bet that box is the music box that goes with that disc.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord, the one and the same.
Good lord.
Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you'll commence your cross-examination, please.
Okay.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pockets. Well, we proved the other day when we did the funny little deduction test that the coat could not possibly belong to him. And yet, there's a note on it that reads for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Mr. McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Eventually, we're gonna have to get back to that case, though, because it's gonna be like, prove that Gina had this ticket, and then I'm gonna say this ticket has Mason's blood on it, so it was at the scene of that crime. But I don't know if we're there yet.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequents. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course he would take the stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Well, we were there that day, so we know how it really went down. Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But, like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pickpurse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was... Yep.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. That was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Now, what has Gregson got to say about this? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. Yeah, unexpectedly. I didn't do it. I am not called the Reaper to Bailey for nothing. A man renowned... Sorry, that one hurt my throat a bit. A man renowned through the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Man, he's strangling those chips and fish. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Gathering McGilded's for your treasures like the 5 pieces of Exodia? Oh no. Well, it would've... Then again, the Brits do like taking everything they can from the Irish, isn't that right? Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. There's definitely something going on with that.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. He's just like, oh, alright. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. He was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. No, I think it's gotta be the box, right? The little box that's been a mystery this whole time? I figured the box was originally what had the disc in it. And I think Eggman even said as much when he tried to take it from Gina. Obviously, we don't have any proof about what really happened that day. We just have our funny deduction dance, right? That was all deduction, which isn't evidence-based. But I'm gonna bet that box is what really plays that disc. It's really a music box. I had assumed it was a regular box, and I think we all assumed that when we were investigating the scene that day, right? We were all like, ooh, there's a box in the background there. Maybe it's that one. But I think it must be a music box. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. I'm sure it'll come up. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Alright, so I think I have a good path of action here. I'm going to present the music box slip. Box. Yeah, there we go. The music stopped. That means I'm right. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
Sorry, my learned friend. Oh, he's turning the tables on him. Get your ass tables turned. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks' pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, "One small box." A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Good gracious.
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layouts, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilden's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then, here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
These don't look shifted.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawned box, hee-hoo, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking, I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. Yeah, maybe we've got a little stereoscopic trick again. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. I gotta cross my eyes. Hang on. Oh, wait, never mind. Things popped up. Oh, I can review it. Here we go. It's hard. Oh, I can use the stereoscope and evidence? Let me see. Pop. And the third option, use evidence. It doesn't say that. Wait, you mean... Oh, use evidence. Oh, okay, okay. I see now. I see now. I see. I thought you meant you could use this to look at it. But what we really mean is just review, return to the questions, use a piece of evidence. Okay, I see now. Yes, okay. I thought you meant I could actually look at the pictures if I look at the stereoscope in court evidence, but I'll just use it like this. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
Yeah, at least I knew, like, you know, you gotta get stereoscopic with it.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Ooh, yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. Oh yeah, something popped out. It's just like I thought. It is a music box. That actually kind of hurts to look at. I wasn't sure at first, but this is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Yeah, that means, because there needs to be a slight difference in the left picture and the right picture, that means this was moved slightly, right?
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically... Yeah, that doesn't quite match up, huh? That must be the box. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. I love it. He's taking a little peek.
By Jove, you're right. How extra...
That's a good face there, Mr. Judge. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yeah, of course. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winnebake's as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, slap his nuts. Arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Yeah, maybe Graydon didn't need to take the whole box, just something that might have been inside it. That's probably going to be the next little wrinkle in the case. Oh, it's empty.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks.
This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box.
I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Then why did you want them? Why did you want them so much?
You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its arguments. What is it, man? To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. See, now Van Zeeks is using my own shit against me.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. I don't know, perjury's a little bit better than murder. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Ah, she's got a point. We gotta tell the truth. Alright, the exact significance of things that Mr. McGilded posited with Mr. Winnebank is something that only Gina can explain to the courts. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. I don't know, it's kind of the only risk we have. What's the right thing to do here? We gotta have her testify. There's no way about it. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed, your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. We're playing a bit of a cat and mouse with Van Zieks right now. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness, currently in the stand, may step down until further notice. You're not wearing a hat anymore, bud. And I shall bid you a good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Alright. She just needs to tell the truth. That's all you gotta do, Gina. I know it's gonna suck a little bit, but, you gotta do it. Perjury is a lesser crime than murder, that's for sure. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited, and if we can prove that Windibank, if she was coerced by McGilded, like he threatened her, then that'll help. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. So this is where the McGilded stuff really comes into play. I wonder if we'll find out why McGilded killed that guy. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the court of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's Pond articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. I sure hope she actually tells the truth this time. Truth is, that brickmaker co was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Yep, that's the whole truth. She actually did tell the truth.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What have you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow is rotten to the core, just like the pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They're all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of ya. Mr. Naraoda, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me.
The situation is utterly deplorable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Things are getting pretty serious. I sure hope Ryunosuke can keep his license, or whatever the equivalent of it was.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. I don't know if he'll lose everything. Well, we know there's a second game, so... I don't know.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilder was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilder and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Really? So not about his debts?
Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was bloomin' loud and all.
Maybe it was about the disc. Like maybe Mason had the disc and McGilder wanted it.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was that disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. But this disc had belonged to the victim, perhaps. I don't know, but McGilder picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared, and the way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver, too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
Those were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
Yeah, that's two dorks.
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilder got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two copes from the roof ran out to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilder, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe.
Good old Bibbo.
A fellow who went by the name... Oh, Beppo, sorry. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Bibbo, Beppo, it's all the same. What did McGilder and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened, and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously belonged being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilder took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? Mr. Beppo looks like a hollow from Dark Souls. Well, he looks paler in the flashback. I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilder flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick, and the bog trotter called me to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you? How exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scapa if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was... he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. That ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilden had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. Whoops! So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
Can I, like, poke them?
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? I guess fucking not. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Wah! Blimey, you try to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilden took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilden's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They're only gonna be forfeited, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the culprit's inspection, sir. Ooh. Ooh. What's in the box? The mystery box. You can have the not guilty verdict, or you can look what's in this mystery box. Ooh, the box! The box! The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that if it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle, to be continued. I think we're heading into endgame here, minions. Heading into part 4 of this long trial. So I think what I'm going to do is take a very short break just to get a drink, clear my throat a little. I've been doing quite a lot of voice acting tonight. And we'll get back to it in just a few minutes, okay? Just a few minutes. So I'll see you in just a few, okay? I'll be right back with a bit of a drinky. ho, 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 ho. Hi, I'm back. I have a large, very tall glass of sparkling crystal clear water, and I am ready to finish up this case. We'll see what happens, right? This has to be the end game we're going into. And we'll see what's what. Ooh, hang on, I gotta turn off break time. There we go. The mysterious box! Ooh, the box! The box!
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
You've got a thunderstorm rolling over that's really popping off? Well, that sets the mood delightfully, doesn't it? And on the night of Mr. Windabank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It's exactly what I theorized, a music box. A music box, the only kind that can play that type of disc.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Yeah. Sholmes maybe made a mistake, buying all those music boxes.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windabanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
Mods! Mods! That's just what I imagine every time he raises his hand like that. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Wait, my lord! What now? State secrets again?
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and this guy, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The Queen's jams, that's what you think they are? Maybe. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. And then slap Inspector Gregson's nuts. It's Morse code. It's Morse code, that's what it is. I'm telling you now, it's Morse code.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. And guess what? Yeah, we've got the comms lady here. And also a guy who works in the communications office. That's what Graydon is. He knows it's Morse code, too.
Mr. Graydon, this really is priceless.
Oh, he's fucking grooving. I'm gonna stop that smug groove of yours. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised.
if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regrets. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It definitely is. It's Morse code. We know it for sure. There's not a chance it isn't. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord. But how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. Yeah, it's what the kids are into. This is Slurpcore, right? It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. It's as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. It's Morse code. I'm very smart. I'm so intelligent, I knew it right away. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Yeah, Banzix is a little Virgil-esque. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what those sounds are? Morse code, Morse code, Morse code. Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Morse code, Morse code, Morse code. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... let's take a look here.
Just want to be sure. Yeah, I'm gonna present the newspaper.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes and Pickpost Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
Ah, international intrigue.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop! Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment?
That's sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilden perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilden would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. I think Zeke's might be like kind of racist, kind of an asshole, but I think he's also interested in the whole truth. I think we've seen that throughout the trial so far.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may. Of course, Gregson doesn't like it. Or these guys, I guess? You gotta let's have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We've what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Why do they keep thinking Gregson is their brother? A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilden anyway, was it not? I'm no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. So now they're against Gray, and they're saying he did tell them to break in. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. do, Governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. He's gonna slip off that box. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. What about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor Bluck didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit into the court record as evidence. Alright. I think we've definitely got Graydon on the ropes here. He's not acting like it, but we do.
Hold it!
So is this the newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level operators, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5? We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. I inflected that weirdly. Fascinating. Fascinating? Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? Their transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. Thank you! Thank you so much, juror number 5. That's fascinating. This guy's had it up to here with her. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Ooh, he's getting pissed. They're not? To anyone with a brain, they would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Oh yeah, I should inspect the music box. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. He would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct cut tones. Right, the music box only plays one tone. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. Huh, okay. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. There's not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. But there'd still be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Let me give it a look. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. This comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that only can play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Oh, okay. I think I already clicked that. Oh, wait, a button. What does that do? Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like at the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Oh, look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. Ah, okay, so you have two discs. You play both at the same time, and one is one half of the code and the other is the other half. These are two tones. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Yep, alright. But we don't have another disc, do we? The one Sholmes made was a copy of this one, so... I mean, maybe they're two of the same discs? Oh, nothing on the back. Yeah, maybe if you put the same disc on the other side... Oops. On the underside, it'll produce a different tone. So you need two of the same discs. Maybe Sholmes' copy would save us. But now we know... Oh, wait, I accidentally clicked impossible. Shit. Alright, I gotta press him again, sorry.
Hold it!
Oh no, I gotta skip through all this dialogue again. Ah! But yeah, so you put 2 discs in, and one makes one tone and the other makes another tone, and that's how you get the full Morse code. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Spin, there we go. Oh! Yeah, there we go. Gotta open it up. Here goes. Yeah, another disc, and then that makes the dashes.
Got it!
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and those sounds will both play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Brayden and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
We gotta prove he's related somehow. So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. If Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but the people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have had it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Well, they're admitting at least that he was working together with them. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Still and me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? I'm ignoring you. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. What's this guy on about?
Excuse me.
Is it that's a weird slang I've never heard before. Is it China, like the country? China? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Your cheeks jiggled everywhere. It was very disconcerting. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now, his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him in either. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone to our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Yeah, they're basically... I called them Wario and Waluigi earlier. That's kind of what they are. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Because we gotta link... We have to link Ash to these guys, too. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name, right? I bet that's the Mr. What's-His-Face's real last name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. That a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That is... Oh my god, does he have like 3 fake names? Because he called himself Egbert Benedict before. Is Graydon another fake name? Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that I was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? But because well... If it weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter, indeed, to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkard's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. So we've established that he is connected to the brothers. That's important, so he knew them, he could have hired them for the job. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windenbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. I never pressed them on this point. So, did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winamake's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Winamake's all along, weren't you? These guys would do well in Call of Cthulhu, that's right. I don't know nothing, I don't want to know nothing about that tentacle monster. I'm gonna walk in the opposite direction, I am. We were, Gov, we were, you're right, yeah. 'Cause that's what he told us to do, it was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windenbanks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I wasn't best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. I'm sure we'll have to match this to Graydon's gun eventually. I think they're being genuine about not having wanted to be involved if they knew the truth. So, something to do with probably his past, right? We've linked these two guys together. Up, 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 up. Oh, but wait. Maybe we can link him to Mason with this. The thing.
Objection.
No, probably not, I guess. I might have to come around to that later. I think I gotta focus on these guys, the Clown Brothers. This is a little tricky. Let me think. Let's look through all the evidence. Maybe their gun or something?
Hold it!
I don't know you people, leave me alone. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. Well, that's bloomin' nice, innit, you little turncoat? Fine, if that's how you want it, two can play at that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. Never spoken to him before in me life, never seen him. Never, Nash, never! Good grief, such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom. Well, all I'll say is this.
Hold it!
Let me press them again on this. Yeah, but if Graydon was there with them, surely would have seen him move the music box. Like, he would have told them not to just, like, go in there and cause problems. He would have told them to take the music box, right? This is the conundrum here. This is a tough one. Ah.
Hold it!
Maybe there's more we can learn from this. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, everyone down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, it would leave them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price so the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Now, what we had going on was just simple. Once you had the idea, we'd just switch them over, see? Our customer empties away for the full bottles from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right? So, they just stole other people's milk. I think I meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him who came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. This is a toughie. Now, this is pretty sticky. The Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something? Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name, too. What is this flower stamp here? Wait a minute. I just read it. Thricefire's real last name is Milverton. Milverton might be familial related to Graydon, whose real name is Milverton.
Objection!
Damn it. Oh, never mind. The music's... It's fine. I'm sorry, Counsel, but I failed to see the connection. Ah. Okay. Okay, what's something else with his name on it? So we know Mason's blood is a different color, at least. Well, it has to be this statement, right? Milverton and Milverton. Maybe the wrong statement? Oh, this one. Okay, here we go.
Objection.
There we go. Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, not Mills. Milvertons. That's not the pluralification of Milverton. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, Counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded... Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Gah. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Tons of mills? Now we're talking. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Why didn't of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, yeah, the music box moved. And he took the disc out of it. That's why he didn't bother taking the whole box. He just took the disc. The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was that only the one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Yeah, you know, 3DS gimmicks are what they are. I wonder what the big 3DS gimmick in the next game will be. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Ooh, look at his sleeve. He's bleeding. His wound opened. Sir, there appears to be a blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that the 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? So yeah, here's what I think happened. Windibank shot at Graydon with his gun. That bullet grazed his arm. Then seeing, you know, it didn't work, he tried to run into the back room. Graydon shot Windibank with his gun, right? And then the brother shot Sholmes. He's got you now, me China. I'm to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Yeah, Windibank realized maybe it was a little dumb to only have 1 bullet, but, you know, too late for him. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Oh, we cracked him now. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibank's that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. As you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Sorry. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilden. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Yeah, because he was shot in the back. He couldn't possibly shot himself in the back. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
Ha ha ha! You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. Oh, you think his cane is the gun? That would be interesting. I think that's a good one, because we noted that his cane has like a weird top shape, right? Maybe that's the gun part. Sholmes talked about that in his Deduction Spectacular. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you ever never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moments? You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your clients. What? That's, you know, that's a maybe suspicious way to put that, but okay. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? It's not suspicious at all that I didn't say anything about it up until this moment. No, sir. Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Alright, here we go again. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What gun, though? Where did she get a gun? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Stop looking so smug, I hate you. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Yeah, we know she was holding Windibank's gun, so his testimony doesn't hold up at all. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. all over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at this time. But we saw the blood on her coat. We tested it with the gun thing. It was Mason's blood. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. Oh my god, are they gonna talk about how they invented luminol? There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. Yeah, it's gonna be luminol. With your lordship's permission. There it goes. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Yeah, it had Mason's blood on it. It was purple. But that's not Mr. Winnebank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the result, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Listen, I don't even... Van Zieks has barely touched any of those glasses he's poured. I don't think he's wasted one bit. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord? Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Alright, so we've already had our first guess. One, she was holding Winnebank's gun, right? So... I mean, he might say, like, oh, she took it from him thinking it had more bullets, but... Why... We'll figure it out.
Hold it!
We'll still press him on everything, just in case. Mr. Winnebank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were securing the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-manner burglars, that's all. We didn't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves for forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you! Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. Ah, they must have knocked... Winnebank maybe didn't have the gun in hand. It got knocked off and discharged. and the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to it, Doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening on it about a head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? No, not likely, Gov. I didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Yeah, how convenient for him. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Yeah, this is the one for sure. If I wanted to be safe, I would just present this now.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a see, that's why we always press first, minions. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection.
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If there's only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. I mean, I could look. Yeah, she was holding the gun at the time, but she put it down, I guess. Right? We have testimony to prove that Winterbank had his gun when they were in the shop. Yeah, the scene of her passed out is a memory. We don't have a picture of that. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that thick leather the pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Heh, Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Let me see here. It doesn't say for sure if it was his bullet that fired it, though.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistlefoot had told us to tidy up. He thinks she's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh my god, what's going on over here?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Good old police brutality, that's right. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violent shaking, Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this dude's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was he going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. Why, the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes, not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me, I'm telling you, he gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Briggsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I believe I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Yeah, we're kind of screwed now, huh? I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Yeah, we couldn't really find anything good during that cross-examination, so now we're entering, a new problem. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me.
Speed. See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No! The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friends? Sorry? I need another drink. You're driving me up a fucking wall. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Arg. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even as a stereoscope couldn't help to answer that problem's pop out. It can't be done. But, we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out pierogi to starving boy and he ran away crying.
What does that have to do with anything? Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that?
Ooh, I'm grooving, I'm schmoovin'. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Aha! My lord!
Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Oh god, we're gonna have to do it again.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
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 Oh boy, here we go again. A third one, huh?
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ah! Well, I don't know if Ryunosuke can just do this forever, the jury examinations, because the judge did get a little testy last time about giving me more time. I don't believe it, after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oh god, is it Sholmes? Is he here? Is he gonna save us? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, he was disguised as the bailiff. Let's go.
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That would be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Oh my god, he's gonna take the mask off. Yeah, there he... Ha! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Oh, he's posed up. He's voguing. Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. I knew Sholmes had to make a court appearance at least once. As well I should be. Had I not been set upon an errand... What errand? Harley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Yeah, Sholmes is on my team now, and also he changed clothes somehow. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Poor guy. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Harley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Wait, it's wrapped up in Susato's... thing. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? It's possible matters were to be settled without me giving her this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this to me... When she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourselves in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. Ah. The cat door maker? Look! I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap-o-mat. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Well, what does that have to do with anything? What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Wait. Did she make the thing on the door, the flap? I saw this on the pictures before. Right? It's not there now. And it is there later. I thought that was just because it had been used. But what if it was created between those times? Susato made it. No, not at all cryptic then. Okay, I just have to find the right place to use this. Susato-san used this cat flapper map that night, but why? Yeah, we just need to find out why she used it. Like, what purpose did she have to use it? But now we know that that guy is lying, right? Susato basically set him up, I think, to use that the flap as an excuse. Like, he said, "Oh, I saw it through the flap," but the flap didn't exist. Susato made it after the fact. Your 5 minutes is over. That's my theory right now. We're out of time already, so she set up the criminal knowing he might use that. It's pretty impressive. It's almost falsifying evidence, Ace Attorney 4 style, but not quite. I think we can squeak through with it. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... We gotta cross-examine him further. Then we'll catch him in our cat flap trap. Further cross-examination.
Objection.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. Right, he suspended the cross-examination. It's just like before when he suspended the summation examination. We get to continue it. We have the right. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd!
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. Well, it's a good thing we already have everything we need. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Blah, blah. There he goes. There he goes. Mr. Sholmes! He'll be okay. He'll be fine. No, that's like, he's done that animation before. It's not a ragdoll.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. Don't rip Bozo Sholmes. He may be a bozo, but he's our bozo. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Alright, so all we gotta do is present the cat flap-o-matic. And then they're gonna say, well, prove that the flap-o-matic was used, and then I'll present the pictures. Easy as. Ooh, we got special music for it, too. There we go, right here. This is the one. The people did not exist at this time.
Objection.
What on earth is this eccentric contraption, counsel?
Ooh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the same door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah! That cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windabank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. That is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else would I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection.
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, the people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Duh. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh!
Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. She cut a hole in there immediately. Well?
Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was, but I can. I have 2 pictures. No, but it's easy. What? That cat flaps my cat flap-o-mat crates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Old Stukely's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. We have the pictures, pictures.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Come on, Naruhodo, come on. We have this. We got it.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel.
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim he made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom is created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? I didn't even have to look at it. I knew which one it was for sure. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments before the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! That really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at that time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Got his ass. Ah! Just, one more thing. Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no! I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait! That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, it's true either way. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements, right? He knew if there was no actual flap when he was there, how did he know that there was a third gun? Right? His whole story falls apart. He couldn't have seen Gina shoot the guy. He couldn't have seen Gina drop the gun. He couldn't have seen Gina drop the gun out of the people because the people didn't exist. It's gotta be that. Or the bloodstains on the coat as well. I think the bloodstains on the coat is a better answer. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... Got his ass. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, one lie begets another. His whole story falls apart, like I said, without knowing if he knew about the people, or didn't know, such as, like, he's only talking about things he just learned now, right? How could he have known everything
if the people wasn't actually real like he says.
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Yeah, Mia did say that in the first game too. One lie begets another. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. A person who, at this moment, may be very desperate to leave. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Gregson, it's gotta be.
That!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. Yeah, how else could he have known? It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. Oh, he's doing the Chuny hand-eye thing. That's how you know we got him. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means... The first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Yeah, but remember that time they were, like, whispering together very suspiciously? Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Ah! Ooh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. Yeah, I'm glad I noticed that too. They were like I figured, I didn't get a reaction, right? There wasn't the funny symbol that showed they were getting a reaction, but I was like, why are they standing like that? And I figured it was worth investigating anyways. I'm glad my brain is so huge. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making it all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps to not give away the secrets, obviously. It was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I would wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
And this was all on, Strongheart's orders. Damon Gant energy indeed. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. The second cog. The second, yeah, the other disc. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon so that the secrets wouldn't get out, the state secrets, right? Then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! Runo, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Here it is, here it is.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? That classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding nor could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. We got him. Got his ass. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! We got the big objection theme, too. Order! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss. I mean, I think I don't know if I would say Gregson's a terrible person, you know, besides the basics of being a cop. I think it's more like he's obviously under pressure from people in higher positions from him. He's told him, he said before he has orders from Strongheart specifically, the High King Justice thing. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilden has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilden was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT, secretly, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Yeah, the affairs of the estate are more important than the fate of one little girl, huh? Not likely. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely. Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of those music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Gah!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How would you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached all this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. That's right, he would have to see the goods first before he, promised that. The guy could just run off if he didn't have it in the first place. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to body search. Uh-oh, he's too confident. That's not good. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? No, he's too confident. He doesn't have it. Someone else does. Yeah. The third option is very telling, I think. Maybe it's still on the other guy. Like, he's like, okay, I saw it. You hold on to it, right? Just in case. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well have you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Wait! Rhythmaxy, you have a point. He was shaking that guy over there that one time. Maybe he slipped it to him. And we specifically noted how unusual it was that he was him to like really blow his top like that. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. Oh, there's the weak slap. We haven't seen that in a while. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Alright, well, I mean, I've got a few chances, so, I mean, even if Nash doesn't work out, I can check other people. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh, it was Iris. Sorry. I gave her a different voice because I wasn't sure who it was. I guess that's the danger of doing this sort of voice acting. Runo's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. I mean, if you say so. I don't know if I believe that. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Give me Nash.
Take that!
Luigi. Oh, my lord. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh, blimey. Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. They got a special animation for it, I must be right. You must be right, Rhythmaxy, who I should really be saying was right, but really, you gave the information to me, so it's like I'm right. Because I'm never wrong. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of instructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff! Slap his nuts! Now, hold on, Amo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Got his ass. Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I didn't know nothing about it. Nothing! That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I don't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. And for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Yeah, and this guy was like shaking the hell out of him. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Sulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hid it? You... But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. Sir, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Man, he's really strangling those fish and chips. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Uh-oh. He's planning to it. He's planning something. Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, and that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... What? Oh, now I realize what the initials on his cane are. It is his given name, his original name. AG. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public in this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide and light when making your decisions. Oh, he's playing to their hearts. That's shitty. Boo. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leadings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
As a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. Those 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson? They declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose.
Either some proof of that Graydon killed Mr. Wenderbank or stole those government secrets,
or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Oh, this is a tough one. I have to take a quick look. I don't think the bloodstains will do us any good. Yeah, but I can't use the second disc. It's not in my court record. I mean, obviously Gregson doesn't want the disc to be played, right? Can we convince the judge to play both discs? See what happens, see if we do actually get Morse code? Well, I've got 3 chances. Yeah, and I can just reload that too. I guess I could just give it a try. Let's do it. Let's do Gregson with the discs. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Yeah, I think we're on the right track here. We'll just have to play the disc, see how you like that. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Yeah, we'll force his hand by playing the code that reveals government secrets, right? He can't let that happen no matter what. Would he rather admit to striking a deal than letting those secrets be played out here? One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Yeah, we used the music box.
Take that!
Yeah, I think we got it.
Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes, with the disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel? Whoa, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. Backed him into a hell of a corner. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiots!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That's right, I can't commit treason when I'm not a citizen, dummy. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you are determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Based. Van Zeeks is even into it. He's like, yeah, I'll pour you a drink. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
No. Look at my leg. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Hell yeah, bro, I'll drink to that. Oh man, I love how it used the deduction spin. When we spin the camera around in deduction segments. Oh, that's really good. Look at their faces, they're so scared. Got his ass, got their asses. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Yeah, that's Morse code, alright. Oh, listen to that! It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code! Alright, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bleemin' box up! Forced his hand. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. I'm whispering directly into your ear now, Inspector. You're going to go to that judge. You're going to get that damn second disc. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made last night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape a conviction of a serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You... Traitor! Oh my god, he's gonna beat his ass. That's like the most elaborate animation yet. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man and slap his nuts twice as hard! At once! That's it then. It's all over. God, his ass! I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to be better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums makes me wake in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. So once again, capitalism is the real villain. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would bury them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspecting of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brick maker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Man, that's such a shitty thing to do. That's like real, that's like not even the fun kind of evil. I specifically specialized in fun evil, not like genuinely terrible evil. I'm fun and sexy evil. This guy is not sexy at all. He's just a shithead. That's how I made him make the 2 discs, thereby splitting the information in 2. You're taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, it's just like I thought way back in that case. I never thought the proposed motive for McGilded killing Mason was right? He wouldn't get his money back that way. It was because of this. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Well, that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In the time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Dang. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Oh, so maybe he killed McGilded somehow. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed.
That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilden's death that day was caused by this man. It is a cool motive. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter. Hired by me. Very sus. McGilden used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. Loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange for the McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give me a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Yep, Sherlock said the same thing himself. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets were progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast! My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellas' positions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into that place that night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo was searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night just in case. And then he shot him as he turned away, exactly. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Got his ass. That was pretty complicated, but we managed to cut through it all. It's only one game over, sort of, too. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. That's right, wealth corrupts. You become the very monster you sought. I would never get corrupted by wealth, though. I would never use money this way. I would mostly just use it for, mecha models and stuff. You become very the monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. If I ever murdered anybody, I wouldn't bother covering it up. I would simply get away with it. Yes, I think I have. And also I would do it for good reasons, and nobody would question me because I would be right to do it. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector?
Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Yeah, I don't... either Gregson will be made an example of, or, nothing much will come out of it, I think. That's the way how it works, right? The chief prosecutor, he could just choose not to prosecute him. You're right, Ian Abstract. It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squad standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Got his ass. I'm the ultimate lawyer. Ha ha! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook! Finally, Runo, you managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right! You're the best lawyer in the world! You're damn right I am. I don't got this badge for no reason. Yes, we did save the Saberface. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillicud's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillicud's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Oh, are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGillicud conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Gryden. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
Yeah, maybe the discs were in the wrong sides or something. Like the players needed specific discs. I'm not sure. But it's really going to bother me. Maybe Iris has it figured out.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, me lord?
to that which you have been seen here today in this courtroom has been extraordinarily deserving.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've gotta start at you gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
Looking forward to the next game where she graces her presence with the courtroom again.
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windermink, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty.
Yay! We did it! Shoot the fireworks! Shoot him! Yeah! Yeah, sure, you can shoot it too. Why not? Yeah. High explosives in court. Why not? Let's celebrate like party animals.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Well, it's just us two now, my Nipponese friend. Would you like a drink? Or several? I'm very wasted right now. Whoa. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. That's slightly less offensive than Nipponese, right? Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at that same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You have a good point. I'm going to stop being racist now, hopefully. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Of course, he's the prosecutor. You gotta get a little gay with him. Just a little bit. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me. You will never understand a lawyer's part. Of toasting friendship and trust with one another. Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. So he was betrayed by a Japanese guy once? Was it Kazuma? Could Kazuma break up with you, Vanzies? I don't know how he got here, but... You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. I'm saving it for the next game, haha. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, It gave me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Aha, I'm out of glasses now. I'm going to go buy more after this. So, farewell, my little Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Can you stop calling me slurs now? No, goodbye. It's a good post. The gig essay, I want you to know that I'm quoting chat. Shedding tears at this moment and then immediately Googling Van Zeek's Ryanosuke Naruhodo Yaoi. It's like some of my friends are really here. 17th April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. Hey, look, there's the classic victory thing too. Haha. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as old as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All me life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. Well, that's just 'cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryanosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Thank you, my memory ghost of my boyfriend. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. God damn it, Sholmes. But what the deuce does a man have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice! Now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha ha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling! Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Ah ha ha ha, yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. It's like a fucking wild animal. Oh. Yeah, I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Ooh, I've learned... Yeah, he's on a morphine high right now. Ooh, I've learned of this wonderful substance, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall inject it into myself daily. Among many other substances, oh. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, no. Oh, it got really gay again. Ryunosuke Naruhodo's gay British harem. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? 'Cause anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that Berg Trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs making sure they got what they deserve. I keep reading im as I'm, sorry. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? I mean, she doesn't do murders, that's true. She's just this little pocket pickings. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me, indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, then, there you are, Hurley. Oh, sorry, it's Iris. There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But those dotes didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Oh no, he's all depressed now. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. You're in love with my voice acting? Well, thank you, Rhythmaxi. I'm not exactly an experienced voice actor, but I do find it fun. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it is got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Oda? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I am off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? No, wait, don't blast me. I hope that one's not fireworks. Oh, thank God. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Glassin. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny. Yeah, I hope they let her have the gun in prison, just like they let her keep it in the courtroom. Why not? It's clearly not dangerous. It just shoots smoke, right? Right, I see. Well, she's being very tsundere right now. It's true. Oh, she took off her hat. Thanks, Odo. She's a real saber face now. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Yeah, big smile. Well, there she goes. Very cute smile. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pickpurse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Gotta go. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in no time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked soleil. The great detective does it again! Indeed he does! I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I made him made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid down the locomotive. Elementary! Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way, yeah. It's gonna get you murdered someday. Hopefully not in the next game. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! 18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Oh, there she is, hanging out in the background. A 3D model on a flat background. Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
What is she about to toss? Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. There's the big smile. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh, dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I mean, I guess it is kind of like she cheated, but we won, so that's all that matters. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the facts. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of this incident, Mr. Schultz had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runo's armband! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you shouldn't pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-a-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windabank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think... That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at the moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. Oh yeah, because the door is locked from the inside. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flap-a-mat to make the people in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilden. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windabank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized... It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at that time that I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. I don't know, the law is pretty whack sometimes. It's okay to cheat when you're right. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me, too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. Yeah, it was coded, right? It wouldn't just tell you what the message was. The tones themselves were a code. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been interpreted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So... Gi? What? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? I wonder if anyone can actually go back and listen to the Morse code who knows Morse code and see if it actually says Asogi. If anyone's done that. I should check. Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added the Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Usato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? But be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Okay, so it's not actually a cipher, it's just the Japanese version of Morse code. But what could this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Guregu-san. Gregson? Ah, it would have seemed Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson, you mean? Daddy? Uh-oh. They were all in some shit together, huh? Some sort of international club of detectives? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... Technically? No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her dad's fucking dead. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Yeah, that's right. This is such a deep, dark mystery cave. It has a whole other game in there. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah, oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Burial, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about. That I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh, an anime cutscene.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
I like the voice actor they chose for Ryunosuke.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
He does a bit better job than I
sure
do.
There'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Hey, he said that's the name of one of the games.
But whatever happens,
He said the thing.
I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
He do be fiddling though.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
That was really, really good. Ah! Jesus. Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Just one more thing. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we never made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Belt it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. We all know, don't we, minions? Let's do it together. 3, 2, 1. Then, oh, hang on.
Objection!
Objection! There you go. That was really good. I really love that. Good job, Shu Takumi. You made Ace Attorney good again. I love you. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised for sale with it. Used Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Shh. Where are they now? I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. This music's also pretty good. I love how it has the little melody from the original Objection theme. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Really, do Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves? Well, Naido knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witness, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Good night, innocent bystander. Thank you for sitting all the way through it. I had a ton of fun. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly is a hardened criminal? It's not fair! Thank you, everybody, for sticking around for the whole thing, as I get to do one final bit of a funny voice acting. Let's revolve through the cast, why don't we? Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I'm so glad everybody stuck around. I know it was a very long stream. I'm glad you helped me solve the mystery, minions. So many of you were instrumental. The latest Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say what one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Humph. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. But yeah, this game was super good. All the mysteries were really intriguing. None of them were like, oh, this is really dumb. All of them were good. I dare say it stands on par with the original trilogy. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. That was a secret. He was the one who wanted to wear it the whole time. Yeah, I liked Case 2, how it was very much like a Sherlock Holmes mystery, where you solve it right there instead of going to court. My role is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out some small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their hope with dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But ours comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. I wonder if that's a hint for her future. Maybe she could be cool, maybe a cool lady detective. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan to come back at Bilverton and Shulkin's milk run, aight? The three Musker Whatsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. At least they're friends, I guess. It's good that they're friends again. Childhood friendships are good. One last stop with Ryunosuke. This past 6 months have been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Suzaru's very sweet. I hope we see her again in the next game. We probably will. She's a pretty important character. Aww. The fucking squad. That was fantastic. I loved it to bits. I love a good mystery. Aw, no, it's cute. It's cute again. Aw, look at them. This is really good. This is really cute. I love this. I miss my dead lawyer boyfriend. We worked very hard on these 3D models. You better look at them a little more. Oh, it's the racist girl! I thought she would come back, but she didn't. I figured she was like the daughter of someone important who would show up later. Maybe in the next game. But yeah, I guess I'll sum up my final thoughts. This game was super, super good. It's everything I love in Ace Attorney games. And it feels so wonderful again to play an Ace Attorney game and just be intrigued and thrilled the entire way through. I absolutely adored it. And it makes me so, so excited for the second game because I really love the original Ace Attorney trilogy so much. I really do. It's one of my favorite series of games. And it's nice to have... It's so good to have this feeling again after such a long time of being kind of tepid on 4 and the non-Shu Takumi games. I like the investigations just fine, but nothing's really giving me that feeling of the original trilogy again, and this game did. And it's a really nice feeling. And I'm glad they finally localized it officially. That's really good too. I really hope they saw that people love these games and that they gotta keep making them. And yeah, it was just really wonderful to play this game. And I'm super, super excited to play the sequel. I don't know if we'll be doing it right away. I might have to give my poor little vocal cords a break, but
Yeah, I was very, very happy with this game. And it laid out some cool stuff for the sequel, too. So I'm really excited to give that a try when the next time I can. And yeah, it was just a super fun game. I had a lot of I had a lot of fun doing silly voices and stuff, just for the heck of it. I was going back and forth before I played on whether I should do the voices or not. I was like, I don't know if people would actually like that or find it funny or not, but I'm glad I ended up doing it. It just ended up being fun for me. And that my fun is what matters, really. Oh yeah, all the mysteries were really good. A lot of really good variety, right? Like I said, it was cool how all of them weren't just straight up murders. One of them was an accident. They were kind of like accidents a couple times. We got a cool historical Japanese novelist to show up. That was fun. Funny Sholmes was there. He's a really good character. I thought Baron Van Zieks was an interesting prosecutor. Probably the most interesting one in a while. He seems to have some depths to him that they're gonna explore more. And I really like the setting of turn of the 20th century London was really used well. You could tell that there was a lot of research done into making it, I mean, maybe not feel authentic, but at least, you know, use what was available at the time in interesting ways. Like the stereoscope and stuff like that. I thought that was really good. But yeah, just a wonderfully written game. I love Ryunosuke. I love that he's not exactly the same as Phoenix, but he has a lot going on for himself. I love Susato, who again also not the same as Maya, but has a lot of going on for her. Ah, the finger point. Just bros pointing fingers at each other. That's the end of the Great Ace Attorney adventures. Finn. Okay, I'm pretty sure Sholmes isn't gonna come out and point at us again. I don't think there's any more little cliffhangers or anything like that. Oh, but we get this super cute art, though. Aww. That's really good, too. I think that's it, though. For real. Yes. We're back at the title screen. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. I really love playing this game, and I'm very, very excited to get to the sequel someday very soon. So please look forward to it. And, it's Friday night, so I guess that means, Gigaboots is streaming super late. So why don't you go bother them, huh? Go bother Gigaboots. Good night, everybody. Tomorrow is the Weekly Fighter. We're playing some Melty. I'm very invested in playing Melty until Type Lumina comes out, so look forward to that, okay? I'll see you then. Good night.